That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound. It lasted about 3 seconds.
ちょっと怖い。早晨，抱歉，我又係好有既視感嘅事件。
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
人聲使唔使再大啲？我要骨度。而家咁樣如何？
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up the Tangle Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other. That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon.
跟住我要做啲咩先可以解鎖下一個步驟？定其實我應該再睇多一次？ 完全唔知喺度做咩。
Alright.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
意味話解啦唔㗎，但係
With
但係
surging
聽
tide,
晒佢啲
the
詩，
waves
好
have
似係
grown
會有成
an
就解
entity
數。
of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
幕後
Between the
之
lips
手
a silver spoon, a story written all too soon, the chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart, lost her liberation lays, in the center of a maze.
福建上依然衰啲頑固的預言者，孤獨行，救贖廢老 BB。
Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender, accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some four walls make around a room?
我係咪應該要揀翻啲啱我 level 嘅 game 去玩？好心虛，但係唔可以咁樣。其實好想今日可以完咗呢隻 game，但完全冇一個可以完到嘅跡象。可唔可以
Yes, a
返
little bit.
屋
We used to. It's
企？
the only way.
What a comforting thought.
可唔可以返屋企？我哋再睇多
That's all the
次。
statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
其實 BGM 都開始有啲啲嘅可愛，冇錯。
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden
點
most
解要我
of the
咁
afternoon,
滯？
and we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I
兩
let Fitz
個
kick down
紫
the
色
door.
頭髮最先上。
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
不過佢哋
I
真係一
left
批
my
一
tower and
批咁
headed
樣。
down towards the grand hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up a fellow tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her. And Fifi, too. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
呢個人佢經過嗰陣，佢係行邊條路？
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
啊！早晨，蕭老細，冇人可以俾我近了解黑暗，因為我就係黑暗。意味わかりません。但我可以開咗朗讀先。但佢信得想到底想我做啲咩？兇案現場事件冇可疑自殺結案，有啲求其。其實係咪一定要聽晒每個人解鎖嘅嘢？佢好多嘢未問。
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
佢都係冇嘢講，佢保持緘默。
Do you know anything about this beetle?
很好，我最鍾意啲唔講嘢嘅人。
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
呢個人假咗，唔 OK 咯。
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
呢個係識人嘅手段。
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
佢一句都冇講過。睇下先，太好笑啦！睇嚟係唔應該問呢啲。佢哋啲關係圖嚟。
The whole room is a strange.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
但我相信應該冇咩人玩過呢隻 game，因為我識嘅人好少，所以應該都正常地。冇咩人玩過。どうしよう。どうしましょう。
We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials?
We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Super intelligent.
Do You and
佢
Poppy
咧
get
佢
along?
咧，
Nothing. Shocker.
不
Or more,
意
what
外。
could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
嘈嘈，認真
We
啲，
met Felix, your
可能會
husband.
聽到正宮咧。
He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice
啲頭
try.
髮，
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window?
佢係咪有
Can he see you?
仲以為佢會擰下頭岌下頭咁樣。全程都係唔出聲，貫徹佢嘅角色。
A wooden trunk.
I want one.
嘿，
拒絕協助調查 Face Purple Flying from
好完美咁樣零回應。
I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No.
好餓嘅，而家啲整
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
A photograph of Freya could be important.
已經完全開始嫌麻煩，乜都唔想。
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
好 mean 嘅人竟然喺度讚緊人。我完全唔知道可以點算，全部人都有好多嘢面問。我又覺得好麻煩，每個都要聽。好遠啊佢。
I feel like I'm starting a chapter.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
真的嗎？真的嗎？
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Very last 學英文
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
嘈驚人大發現我係咪要返去個碼頭度面對呢個嘅現實？有嘢未調查咩？又好似係，我已經有超多嘅證據品。
Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye. More handwritten sheet music.
Various
What do you think those say?
Hopefully, nothing.
It's open.
It's another
He's playing a lute.
He's also...
Well, they're not part of the stand. They're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainbow?
The birds seem to like
They're
it.
even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
每次都要俾人好嘈，即係佢啊，唔係呢個。我覺得已經有太多嘢剩低未做咧。
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of
瘋狂
Christmas
需
yet to
求
come.
提示 face blue smiling from you.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? No, I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
唔可以嘅咩？唔可以嘅咩？
Name, Haksha. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective.
女性嘅
Likes,
年齡
quote,
係被
being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, None.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
你特登定吧。
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44.
然而佢比較後生。
Unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her,
其他人
but I have little capacity for interpreting
要揾
non-verbal
隻雀仔
communication.
同佢傾偈
And。how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
所以係個有傷心故事嘅人。
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
誒
Huh. Just
又係
like
好
you
多
then.
故事嘅。
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
所以喺俾人殺死之前已經有故事，有跡象。
Who is that
佢
in
嘅
the
笑
photo?
聲。
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
你講大話，個個都喺度講大話。
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah. You could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh. You wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
わからん。我並沒有得到證據。
Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new archiving is downright poetic.
A chalkboard?
Is this a library or a classroom?
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
其實呢個係咪啲咩提示？A B C D。わからん。
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What?
Must. You ask such stupid.
Nice.
It's an illustrated book.
It's been left open.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
你都係乖乖地傾晒佢啦 face blue smiling from 魚。
其實我應該係得到咗呢個證據。
It's musty in
What
here.
exactly
Must.
is
You
nice?
好啦，好啦，好嫌棄。
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
潛者可能
I do not know
食
the
高
answer.
啲，正常啲。
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
我都中意食雞蛋。
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible?
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth.
臭啊！即係老人家冇咗牙嘅老人家唔食得，或者冇咗牙嘅後生仔。
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
快啲幫佢淋氣。
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. Curious. A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
其實要點樣先去解鎖佢哋最尾嗰個？終於同阿女傾完偈，離開。佢間房係咪冇點探索過？
Penelope! Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger.
都係冇
Always a
新
little
證據
estranged.
Triple
How
crying.
Well, she
From
was
you.
mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
該知怪しい。
A map.
That's a very boring way to describe it. A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
過度頻繁使用。
What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
一面正經咁樣喺度講鬼故。
You get a good view of the lake from here. It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh. Puffer fish?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason.
A little mirror.
Definitely cursed.
It's not cursed. Not everything is cursed.
A little hand-painted
How
stuff.
can you tell it's
Well,
hand-
the paints are right there. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell. Nice.
How do you know
Why
this?
else would it? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging.
誒？哦，
What's the deal with that
Not
paint?
sure. We should check that treasure map too.
組合密碼。對不到。
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
使用寶藏圖，找出寶箱掛數密碼嘅組合。
試下睇下左邊
Still
先
locked.
from
I
魚。
think there's a connection, like they're different versions.
啊！佢係紫色嗰個嗬，FH 嗱喺度寫啦，F2H3。
F2H3F7 from Komiya
會唔會有
Yasumi。
啲太多？A3B6D1 F4 I2
A3B6D1F4I2 from Komiya Yasumi。
A2
我覺得應該唔係咁解 face blue smiling from 魚。
喺度睇座標，變成喺度睇，唔知有啲咩 answer。
不過我已經知道答案了。from 魚 D25J3N3
點解你咁
from
快就知道
Komiya
咗呢個
Yasumi。
答案？A3樣
That was
The
incorrect.
padlock has 3 different inputs: a letter, a number, and a compass direction. It's just a grid reference for the map.
就要嗰度，咁佢右下角呢個。不懂，會唔會太多？我揾翻張圖個位出嚟。
係揾返張圖個位出嚟。 from
對嗰度，佢下面都有一樣。即係呢度，唔係啊，山。H 咁第二個數字應該係點？我覺得唔係㗎。
That wasn't.
The padlock is just a grid reference for the map.
係啦，資訊量有啲多。
你企喺邊個位望邊個方向，會睇到圖像圖一樣嘅風景。From 語。
啊！嗱
That wasn't.
The padlock is three. Just a grid reference for the map.
That
The
was.
padlock just a grid reference for the
That
map.
was.
The just a grid reference.
That
The
was.
padlock just a grid reference for the map.
對嗰度，即係我係企喺 I4嗰度。
你腳底見到交叉假鑊 from 語。
啊
That
The
wasn't.
padlock just a grid reference for the map.
That
The
was.
pad just a grid reference.
That
The
was.
pad just a grid reference.
That
The
was.
pad
有
just
啲
a
好
grid
笑
reference for the map.
我覺得你已經俾提示俾得好多。ちょっと待って。
Face, blue, white, eyes. From 語。我諗嗰個答案係呢個喎 W。From 語。
That wasn't.
The padlock has three different inputs. It's just a grid reference for the map.
即係你都錯咗，即係而家仲未有線索。但係 I3、I4兩個位我都試咗，即係其呢頭附近。
That
The
was.
padlock has three. Just a grid reference for the map.
佢之前嘅提示可唔可以講多次？
咁或者可以試下 H6 西 from 語。
H 對嗰度，對嗰度。
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little
我
different
都到咗
to the one
證
on the
據
desk.
品。一個類似綠髮小孩嘅模型，一個類似灰髮女人，一個類似紅髮格雀仔嘅模型。其實佢就係兇手，呢個爹哋就係兇手。
冇啊，概念一樣。 不過原來飛緊雀雀都計 face blue smiley。
A little hand-painted
How can you
well,
tell?
also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
呢解定啲嚟
We already solved it.
理解不能啊！
Shelf junk. A
I
hammock.
would politely describe it. A pencil drawing.
Mood.
It's a
I've
barometer.
never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
What is
He's
it?
an imp.
What does he...
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your...
Oh.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
但佢唔
How
係
are
好
you
孤
related
立
to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens, my father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower. You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different,
我
like
覺得
how?
佢哋都係
Poppy
咁
is,
講。
she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman.
可唔可以俾更多嘅筆記我？資訊量有啲。
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
佢哋係識咗好耐嘅朋友。
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant to, because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories? About where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
哦，sad。
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
我已經開始眼瞓啦，我覺得要死。
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking. A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
咁我哋作弊。
Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
係咪朝早直播先啱你 face blue smiling from you
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4
我
symbols
都
on
覺
the
得
heart?
係
We're
突
working
破
on
盲
it.
腸。
That's a no then. The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
我都會種出嚟去賺錢，我要發大財。
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around.
A wooden trunk.
I want one. A giant...
AKA a greenhouse.
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion.
A pointless
I don't
little...
know.
Wanna play hide and
I
seek?
could be persuaded.
哦，咁開心。
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic power.
Is that fruit?
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing.
Safe to eat.
I'm gonna say no.
你呢，先生？都有好多未聽。
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing. Is that fruit?
Too shiny to be. I think it's glowing. I'm gonna say no.
呢度有咩好調查？
Bushes. You ever see a
Not
mushroom?
in real life. AKA a greenhouse.
佢叫我調查呢度，睇下點
Hi.
樣可以調查。
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the. It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the. It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the. It's a big stone
Biggest
dive.
one I've ever first one too. It's a sea serpent turned into stone by a
If
wizard.
you say
What
so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded by the same wizard.
俾人斬頭，
It's a big stone dive.
Biggest one I've ever first one too.
These plants are giving off.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things.
結果佢嘅提示係同冇提示一樣。請你揾晒所有人，完成所有嘅對話。
Face, blue, smiling. From you.
Oh, whatever it is.
Well, it is the music. Gotta practice.
What's with all the broken glass? And this is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah.
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi
佢
looks
就
like
係
she really
同我
admires
同
Freya.
類嘅人。
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there.
但我啲物應該差唔
I
多
don't
都
mean
揀
like-
晒。
Please stop talking to me. Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual. You get some weird insects around here. I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
あれ怖い。解鎖咗。
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of
終於
10
解
and...
鎖新功能 Face,
So there
purple,
are
crying.
secrets written.
係解鎖咗對話。
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look
我有啲
unused.
感動。
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my
睇嚟仲
bedroom.
有
It is
排
mine.
玩笑到碌
We need
地
a。clue to compare
From
with the
you.
diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Allez, 可唔可以退出？可以直接同日記比較嘅某樣嘢。 Fifi 話呢本書係佢，呢本書已經過時。
That's not it.
同日記有關嘅。
That's not it. That kinda makes sense, but no.
Let's take a closer look at this.
佢自己幫我解謎。可唔可以？對嗰度。就是。
We still need to highlight a detail of each.
我就係見到佢手上面揸住嘅就係呢一本嘢，我完全唔知道點樣湊呢個句子。
左邊個圓形都未拉 from 語。
ありがとう。
Freya was hidden inside the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya. Now,
好難揀。
this blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
我終於砌到一句
Maybe just change
砌到一
one
句
thing.
比較似係句子嘅句子。
This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary because it was stolen. That's not right. This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya. Almost. Maybe just... This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, but it was lost. That's not right either. This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, so it shouldn't be in the photo. That's not right either.
呢個提示係有用嘅提示。
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked,
會
too.
不會太難？
Why would I do either of these things?
Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets kept in her bedroom. Nope. Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi.
Finally. What's in there?
秘密日記，他回來了這次有實際的液體是我媽媽先放出去的嗎？或許我該把那幅畫撕了，好運下有用已經人的小東西，因為現在有兩個需要，兩個找到了通往中間的路，和豎琴比起來意外地簡單。我看到他們與共個眼睛塗合了，不管發生什麼事，我仍然有一個諾言要遵守，我會盡力的。他需要一些陪伴，然後就冇啦，然後沒有然後。咁係咪仲有好多人係未解鎖？我要去論破佢哋，佢哋先俾情報。我覺得我仲要玩到10集。
我睇到嘅係漫漫長路 face，
我都係
smiling from you。
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve. Got it, thanks. For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
而家啲人好現實。我行開一下。
Face, red, heart, shape. From you.
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Freya doesn't take very good care of her pains, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Lovely. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
Ayashi.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
Yappari.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent. You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my Fitz, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
Oh, that's rather sad.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book. Although,
My little writing desk.
there's nothing written in the book. More eggs.
I don't get it.
Well, either by the sculptors.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the
The
whole...
roses are bright red, too.
Aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
喺動心係有藍色嘅玫瑰嘅。
Careful, we're...
Yeah, we're on a roof.
trees.
In a garden.
In a garden? Oh, good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way.
Not all bridges are about getting across. Giant stone frog.
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 我可以懷疑佢。
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
From you.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to. It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting. It doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Pointer's telescope was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz.
我已經開始覺得可以積極使用呢個嘅提示。用嚟監視。哦。
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it escaped from Penny. Almost. Maybe just change one.
提示呢？定係提示嘅使用次數係有限制？
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell.
竟然睇到唔使用提示嘅一日 face purple crying from
係佢唔俾我用提示。
I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
係咪冇嘢啊？我哋已經玩完，我哋已經再冇任何嘅關係。
Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah, no, doesn't matter.
It's tidier than the notebook, isn't
So, even the most well-used... There's something I just
expect. Does it not compare to all the it's tidier than my desk. The notebook isn't.
So, even the most well-used notebook started.
It's tidier.
So, even the most well-used...
It's a chart of which planet are you?
你嚟自邊個星球？
A bell jar.
What do people normally
Other than bells, you mean?
There's something kind I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers?
突然間出現嘅。
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fish man.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes.
Oh.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
What is it?
It's clearly large.
You're not wrong.
Every astronomy tower.
I want to try.
Oh.
You can see right into Flora.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. Behind her is the back side of the easel holding Freya's eye. I can't really see anything behind it.
Is that a window?
I think...
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. I can just about see the ground.
It's too dark back there.
I can see the door itself is on the floor. I can just about see.
It's that little plant.
Don't you think it would fall
Maybe
off?
it's glued down.
Face blue
It's
white
too dark back
eyes.
there. I
From-
can't really see anything.
It's the tower opposite this one. It's the tower opposite this one. You can see right.
Not by
I can see behind her. I can't really see anything. The rooftop garden is right. Isn't this supposed I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about something.
Let's ask him about it.
Oh.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
From you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around. Both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden.
Maybe we should go back and check.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's just...
Is it working?
No. I'm still not...
Should we take another look? Looks like
you're some kind of
did you not know?
A little liar.
It's the truth, I swear.
Let's come back later.
This wasn't here.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy.
There's a
what does it say? Grimoire? What do you think? Is it really from her?
How?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Oh, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Có啲恐怖。好啦，唔係有啲所有房間燒死。
咁係咪玩咗一半嘅意思 ？Face orange biting nails from
Go go, let's go！ 好似冇咩特別喎呢度。
We already solved it.
出返去，都係冇嘢發生。
Half the room.
I don't know if you can call the sudden absence of.
You haven't seen this yet.
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you? Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Ah, 咁就呢度
唔係有新房咩 ？From 魚
閣樓。
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed. At least the moths are kept well fed. Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. At least the moths are kept well fed. It's a jar. The head screws.
Huh. What is that?
Not sure.
Looks like it might attach to something.
Oh yeah.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I'll open it.
Nothing catching.
Sorry.
Kinda.
冇嘢可以做。
Just a bunch of clothing. Nothing weird about
to
that.
You.
There's an, you know. Oh, wouldn't want it to be dark in here. A single. How very.
Yeah, weird.
Just a bunch of nothing weird
to
about
you.
That. Empty. Various.
What do you think those?
Hopefully, nothing.
咁冇嘢可以調查，咩都調查晒。
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
睇嚟其實最初一次過睇晒會比較好，好過咁樣走嚟走去。
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
本当か？
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
誰都不知道。
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
喂？
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
可愛。
What's with the broken glass? Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
迴避呢個嘅
How
問
odd.
題。
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
ちょっと待って。
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Felix made that? Huh. That's quite sweet, really. Those petals, they,
What?
They're red.
From 下個努力烤肉中。
下個，我係我個仔。係指呢度嗎？
Is that a gramophone?
I think so, except it's got a tape deck.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. I think.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
是吧？
It's piano music.
So 就係個音樂女女寫嘅錄嘅歌。不明個力，但其實我都鍾意鋼琴嘅聲，比起其他樂器。哇！係案發嘅時候。
There's something about that pink cassette. Something.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
係呢首歌。小姐，你有咩講？
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette
你
tapes
又
have
知
been
係
redundant
案
for
發
a
時
few
候
years now.
face
The tape was
future
found at the
turn
crime
up
scene. It was
from
in the
you.
gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
笑死！呢個人同我一模一樣。
Somebody changed the color of the tape.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too. You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette
這是
tape.
正解
Something
嗎？
that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this.
呢個係你本人。終於得到咗，解開咗一個謎題。
The pink cassette tape was replaced by the pink
Hello,
cassette
Gao
player
George.
that was found in Freya's room. Nope. The pink cassette tape was replaced by the pink cassette player found at the crime scene. That's not right.
已經開始喺度滾答喎，個外掛。
咁樣好咩 face blue
咁
smiling
樣有咩唔好？
from
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
E E E
face blue smiling from 下角努力烤肉
You look a
中
little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the
正
answer
確
is
使用
pretty
呢個
straightforward.
提示功能。
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody? Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
Does this count as...
No, doesn't matter.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
What's those little windows down there?
I think they're there
oh.
for... It's a guard, I think. Ready when you are.
什麼都沒有。什麼都沒有。
我投粉紅色1票。
我投黑色1票。
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
什麼都有。
It's a little handmade card. Inside it says, to Fitz from PP.
湖邊有咩可以重溫我啲證據？花園即係呢度。
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small. It's an earpiece also.
No, they're not, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs. It's so relaxed. I might just stay here.
How shall I go finish the investigation?
That'd be great. Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
其實係咪解到樓下個風琴啦 ？From 語
解到的啦。我哋已經傾晒偈。
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up pointer something.
Let's ask him about it.
理解不能。
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife, and I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Teacher, from you.
冇錯。
An ornate trowel is the only thing that can destroy a
呢個應該又會
flower
出到
in the
我
garden.
啩。
Nope. An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Let's take a closer look at these. The blue part of the flower found in the garden is different from the gem-like fruit found in Fitz's greenhouse. Nope. The blue part of the flower found in the garden is different from the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. That's not right.
去咗嗰度。花盆同土壤喺 Penny 房間，土壤係喺溫室度發。
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be
好炮
exactly
撞
right.
答案大發 cat orange
Turns
Riesling
out Penny isn't
from
particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
喋ろうぜ。出門。
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it? What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue. My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea.
No idea.
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
傳說中嘅係嘛？
Goodness me! Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to.
Does Florin normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
好廢嘅。
I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
やべえ。
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd. That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. I'm as confused as you are. Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
係真唔係？
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people. Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
哎呀！
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
there's something about the image of something.
Let's ask her about it.
Go, 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 go.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
佢嘅頭髮
The knife was taken by the murderer.
Wait,
Face
I'm confused.
Smiling
Me too.
佢會
So
講
what's
嘢
going
嘅
on?
咩 ？From 語
The knife is still in this room.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
So what's going on?
Yeah.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
即係又係佢 PPFF
That kinda makes sense. But no. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that in a minute. That's not it. That's not it. That kinda makes sense, but no. That's not it. That's not it.
已經開始喺度亂撞。
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
係咪揀咗？
That's not it. That's not it.
我到底仲有咩未？
思考中的表情 From 語
We'll get to that in a minute. That's not it. We'll get to that in a minute.
どういうこと？
That kinda makes sense. That's not it.
Let's take a closer look at this.
依然喺呢度。
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink-dip bird is red and white too?
雖然之後唔使心調查，有咩證據顯示呢隻絕對都係紅白色？
笑到流眼嘅面 From 語
入面，因為你都諗唔到係呢個答案。
That's not it.
不是呢個紅白間。
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it,
Why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
完全係佢哋喺度講。我已經想做。
The ink-dipped bird was Penny's pet, so she kept a single feather as evidence of a crime. Nope.
撞啱，都唔係話撞啱。
The ink-dipped bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe. Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora?
你有咩講？
She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not. Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
送你的愛你的，所以得雀仔可以同佢溝通。
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them? I'm still.
Should we take another look? Looks like he's playing.
Some kind
Did you
of-
not know? A little handheld one, only 8 strings.
Liar.
It's the truth, I swear.
Let's come back later.
"你仲有個可以懷疑喎 ，from 語。
哦，誰啊？他嘛？佢未解鎖，我要聽埋佢講嘢。
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
左上角 from 語。
左上角。Kami。
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
真係每個人都有隱瞞嘅事，都有講大話嘅位，唔知啊。
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this. Freya's red paint pot is exactly the same as Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it. Almost. Maybe just...
係是咧。
Freya's red paint pot is exactly the same as Felix's red paint pot, but Freya noticed what has happened. Nope. Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
但入面嗰樽係血嚟。
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure. So I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment. But it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Face, purple, white.
A real knife was replaced by the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife. Nope.
用來畫茂密的紅色尖端。用嚟畫紅色嘅尖端，畫入面我驚唔到。
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink-dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime.
然後收埋條羽毛。
Why?
所以
To
就
distract
冇
us?
揾唔到毛，
Possibly.
揾唔到
Well,
空
it
氣。
worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope. But he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Tại 幾時先玩得完呢隻 game？ 雖然其實佢好似係得6至到10個鐘嘅內容去處理呢一單嘢案件。睇咗提示先。
Don't think it's locked.
No, that
I'm
means...
pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
睇提示，睇提示。
近啦近啦 ，from 語。
提示。好似嚟全部人都係參偵探。揀佢一個。
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last. A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Well, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves? Nothing there.
醒唔起有邊個係未講晒。
Is she laughing?
Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes. The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Sheet music.
It's only a few notes.
It's been framed, though. Must be important for some reason.
Oh, 應該係呢個咯。它就是最後的。最後的證據品。
It's the door.
One of only two ways.
Yeah. A little pond.
See those metal bars?
You got these.
What is
Nothing.
from
I mean,
you?
looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Stone pillars, or what's left of them.
More egg stuff.
I don't get it.
Well, either are the sculptors.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make. More egg stuff.
I don't get it.
Well, either they or the sculptor was
What
just
do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make. It's so relaxed. I might just stay here.
How shall I go?
That'd be great. It's so relaxed. I might just stay here. That'd be giant stone
Yeah,
flake.
he's
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
The door into Poppy.
So only Poppy and Fitz can get.
I guess so.
I might just. That'd be.
Be careful.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
Be careful.
Yeah, we're on a roof. It's a two-person bench.
Now, what makes it a two? It looks pretty standard to me. It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to
It's
say.
not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet. It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand. It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
That must be Tangle Tower.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No. What animal?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. Hawk, bear, lizard. I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later. It's full of the same...
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape, or it used to be.
Ooh. 損壞的限定。其實呢兩樣嘢都係要問翻。
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Ôi, lan đi. Trong một chai buồn cười.玻璃片下有一層墨水。
All right.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
好似發生咗啲好重要嘅嘢，又好似完全冇發生啲咩。
去播帶 From 語
好恐怖！你好，而家已經11點。
Face orange biting nails From 語
Weird. It's someone humming a tune.
跟住咧，佢咧。原來我玩緊嘅係恐怖 game。但係啱先佢嗰 part 到底係咩事？我無法理解。Oh no！
個應該係樓下花園個密碼，不過仲差2個，應該係提示有奇怪音樂嘅地方。From 語。
大門。即係呢度都有可能會抄到一餅帶出嚟。
Oh.
What?
Oh, there's
yeah, Tangle
Tower. Which one do you think came first?
Age-old question. Little bird.
How do you know they're for birds? Do you think he'll
No, I think he'll just sign.
Is that an
It's been open. Let's read it.
Isn't that an
No,
envelope?
definitely. A path leading towards the stones. A path leading towards the stones.
This part 到底係想嚟做啲咩？
Don't think it's
Oh,
locked.
Oh, that means
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
it's just an
你
odd
唔
walking
覺得
through it
同
might give
風
you
合
bad
個
luck.
密碼好熟悉嘅咩
Too late.
？From 語。
不覺得。我已經黐咗線，但我覺得我咁樣係
I think. It's currently
We could walk closer to it.
ready when you are. It's a garden, I think.
We could.
Ready when you are.
説好的行過去。
That's all
上面
formality.
4嘢。
So,
From
what
you.
do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Go! Go!
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
就要嗰度跟翻佢，咁樣就可以完咯。咁樣
That's gotta.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
發生咩事？佢新嘅地圖解鎖咗 Kami。
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
收集所有線索，完成所有嫌疑犯嘅嫌疑，所有線索，即係我有做漏，始終都係有遺漏。 但係佢嘅嫌疑要點樣解鎖
A wooden trunk.
I want one. Is that a...
If it is, it's a...
Nope.
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands in the opposite direction. It's like cogs on a machine.
I guess that's...
Did you work out what direction each hand needs? Each one ends with a little hoop. Try looking through the hoop.
Hand, think, waving hand, think, waving. From 註冊作用。
呢個係咪有攻略教？
咁快睇攻略 face
Nothing.
It's just numbers on a 3 on the right, 6 on the bottom, 9 on the left, and 12 on the top. You only need 90-degree angles. That should make it easier to work out.
Nothing.
It's just you only need 90-degree.
Correct
你覺唔覺佢圈住嗰個好似一個數字 face orange biting nails from 魚？
對個揾數字。
I'll do this later. Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock.
Let me睇數字，我淨係睇到呢個12。
Nope.
So moving any of the hands like cogs on a machine.
I don't know佢到底想我做啲咩俾佢。
喺到12米啱咯。From 語。
Did you work out what direction? Each one ends with a little hoop. Try looking through the hoop and ignoring the rest.
就係12去反12點，3去反3點。From 語。
我都係唔明。我到底係咩嘢大懶人？
最終目標3就係向右，12向上，如此類推。From 語。
好似明白咗，總之係好微妙地，總之我位啱咗就得，再跟翻個時鐘。即係呢個位係要係3，呢個位係要係9。咁樣呢？我睇咗個攻略都唔明，你哋俾咗提示我都唔明。
好放棄思考 at face purple crying from 語。
390，其實呢度係冇錯，但我唔知要點樣喐先會喐得嘅，定次序。
I'll do this later. Is that a?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 feet.
Is that a?
If it is.
但係佢有所謂嘅次序。
I Got it.
I'm impressed.
如果係我喐得太多
A little tool thing? But I'm not actually sure what it is. This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And,
Correct.
what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
佢哋係兩個陰角
It
嘅一
is
個
clear
陽
to me
角
now that
嘅
Poppy has become
朋友
tired of my
咗。
company.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
There's something about Hawkshaw something.
Let's ask her about it.
Oh yeah! 進展。雖然唔明，但係有進展。
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
係有幾個配音嘅特位。
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So,
It's
that's what you were
no.
looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
喺度拉開話
A
題。
detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy.
跟
I
我係
wanted to
天
be
王
an astronomer. Really? I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento of my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
你甚至準備咗簽名版。
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath. Where do you think it goes?
可能有個地鐵站。地下室。
It looks like they're
地
being
下實
boiled,
驗室。
but the liquid is ice cold.
Forensic entomology.
That's an incredibly specific area. What's in there?
耶，全部都係蟲。
9 beetles.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written. It's mostly numbers.
我
No idea
感
what
覺
they mean.
見到結局了
9
face
beetles.
red
All
heart
different,
shape
all dead.
Poor little
From-
guy.
There's a bunch of. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
啲數字係咪喺邊度見？
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
E 我不懂。沒有用，都沒有用。わからん。總之係要努力砌條路出嚟嘛。
加油啊 face red heart shape from 魚。
どういうこと？咁樣好似係有條路。好亂啊。
Nothing.
I think we're trying to make a path between the key and lock symbols.
I guess
The
that's...
easiest part should be connecting the path to the two symbols at either end, since they don't move.
Nope.
Just start on the left and try to work your way across to the right.
左邊開始。咁樣，跟住。
Nope.
Just start on the left and try to...覺得順序都會有影響。
Nope.
Just start on the left and try...
似假啦冷靜啊 face red heart shape from 魚。
冷靜不語。 係呢個先。對嗰度。我啱先做咗啲咩？呢個唔關事。
個開頭應該係啱假思考中的表情。From 語。
No.
Just start on the left and try to...
最後都係
中間紅色向反左應該都係啱。From 語。
向翻左。我都係望攻略，望攻略都唔知要搞幾耐嘅時候。
呢個望攻略就好快啫。
No.
From
Just start on the left and try
Ice
to work.
purple crying. From 語。
No.
Just start on the left and try to work.
胡子。なるほど。
No, that was it.
Nice work.
加油 ！From 下個努力烤肉中。
Yeah, more research.
秘密研究。唔係好想睇字。實際上佢係由底部嘅一座窄底連接嘅兩座塔，周圍由環形湖泊圍繞，湖水係一種唔尋常嘅
個加油詞作 From 下個努力烤肉中。
慢咗幾秒，呢個湖泊四周圍有好
Whose research is this? What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about?
No, but it does kind of look like one.
What are those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols, mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like that.
Huh. This looks like it was drawn in the...
Didn't we see those same symbols in the greenhouse?
Reminds me of the chart from the library.
The one from the chalkboard.
Yeah.
全部都係見過。
Forensic and...
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area.
Forensic Entomology.
That's an incredibly specific... It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Thirsty?
We already solved it.
呢度獨特動植物群形成嘅原因係幾種化學物質至今都仲未列出係啲咩？化學物質一直存在喺水形成雲霧，填滿湖泊，造成動植物各種變異。較小的生物如豬形綱動物、昆蟲、原體動物、兩棲動物和甲殼類動物受影響最大。然而，這些化學物質可能會沿着食物鏈向上傳播，導致鳥類和爬蟲類發生異變。據我們所知，哺乳類不受影響。
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
We still haven't explored this room properly.
Bugs.
Looks like they're made of metal.
This place would never pass a fire safety inspection. This is some seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing. That's not right.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been planning to kill Freya in the
呢個
underground
已經喺度
laboratory.
勾
Nope.
咗。
Pointer has been planning to kill Freya in Flora's Tower. That's not right.
全部都錯。
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
知道咗
I
人
think we're
哋
still
秘密，
missing
所
the
以俾
bigger
人
picture.
殺咗。
There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
A candle.
Very medieval.
I was thinking
Medieval pirates.
chemistry apparatus.
落去啦。
It's a hatch.
But we're all ready.
Depends on your perspective.
很詭異。
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
兒童動物妖蛇蟹蛙。
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy. So what's the photo?
地標攀起來，但有點潮濕，照片上是一個年輕女孩，男人坐喺佢隔離，周圍有幾隻雀仔，一個金屬物體刺入照片，在男子胸部留下一個洞。 所以佢變到咩都講唔到係有原因嘅。
Do you know who it is in the photo?
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly
Two cloaks and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
old cardboard.
How exciting.
No, but they're also damp and empty. Do these puddles worry you?
Never.
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point.
Do these puddles?
Why?
That's
But
lake.
it's I see your point.
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water. It's
Ah.
indoors.
I see your point.
A bunch of pictures.
It's not too dark. The frames are all empty. There's a roll of paper.
I'll see if
Let
I
me guess.
打開佢。
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already? It's the aviary. Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
重要線索一度。
This room looks like
It makes the rest of the house seem relative.
this man in the photo. He reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different. Gives off kind.
What do people actually use chains for?
Nothing good. This room looks like old.
Makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern. Basements don't normally...
Or at the bottom of the lake. It must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it
Like
look
what?
white, smooth, no plants, no anything? That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. Let's head back up to the ground. I want to find that last room. Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must...
How are we supposed to...
Hang on, but I think there's a switch.
Ooh.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Face orange biting nails from you.
Kami. 秒速跑進度。
It's a wooden pinboard hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
A wooden stool. Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. And I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Face orange biting nails from 下角努力烤肉中。
你哋係咩反應？第五名大師終於找到了我不能說原本有多樂觀，但當時有點失望，不比他們其他人好多少。帶着我的神秘新聞朋友到音樂室做實驗，他有用，或許太過成功。實驗室是另一個令人失望的地方，所有的努力是為了什麼？他的短時間裏甚至比我想象中怕啲咩？還嚴重。到了底部風景很美，大部分都清理乾淨了。好可惜你哋冇緣分去睇我玩呢個嘅 Doki Doki 呼吸。但還有我需要的東西。他進來了，很小心，什麼也沒有動，但我知道是時候了。殺人動機嗎
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one. Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcerting.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3. Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it got?
Too many.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on it?
Not really. It's mostly blank. Crumpled up.
Is there anything written
Not
on it?
really. It's mostly blank. Coffee table, half-empty
所以
wine
個
bottle,
key 到 key
lamp
有
left
精
on.
彩嘅反應嗎？From 語
I'm gonna say
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
可唔可以打開本筆記簿？
that's how we got in.
Doesn't look like there's any other way to get in or out. Hooks. Big hooks. Those are...
Some of them are disconcertingly
At least they're all empty.
You
佢
sure
哋到底
that's
喺度
a good
做啲
thing?
咩實驗？
They called this room a study?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber of doom.
我覺得我應該要繼續留喺呢度。
Coffee table?
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Is that a...
It's got a tree.
Also, crabs... Good.
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
關心我哋細啲可以旋轉，好恐怖。
I guess that's
I don't
wrong.
think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere. This crab really
That
reminds...
little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think... I think I've seen it more recently.
玩具，係，證據。呢嚿嘢，即係呢兩個係打開。
Is that a crab?
It's got a tree.
Also, crabs... I guess
I don't
that's...
think we
What
need
do you
to.
mean?
We have all the information we need in our case.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere.
Nope.
Wasn't
The
this...
children's book?
This crab really...
That little...
Yeah, but I
These
think I've
are
seen it
dogma.
more recently.
兒童動物，擁有3隻不同大小的鉗，即係佢啲
Is that a...
腳。
It's got a tree.
Also, crab...
This crab really...
That little
Yeah,
one.
but I think I've seen it more recently.
Mati. 影一張相咪可以直接完咗佢咯。 點解我玩到咁夜？我係咪傻咗？
It's got also crabs normal. I guess
I don't think we need to
What
get.
do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
點解可以喐得咁多啲咁細微嘅位？
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere.
Komiya 開始習慣夜瞓了 face blue smiling face red heart shape
我要
from
澄清一下，我要強調一下，並冇呢回事發生。好獵奇啊，好嘛？可唔可以唔好咁獵奇？佢到底要我點樣砌到啱嘅角度？
Perfect.
A staircase up.
Whoever designed this room.
係冇事發生。
Some kind of fit.
That's a we're talking about.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there. Do those look like scratch marks to you?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
Do those look like scratch?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
There's water.
I think we're underneath the rooftop garden. An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. Yeah, there's something.
話咩嚟㗎？咩嚟㗎？只不過係一堆灰燼，有黑色嘅樓，同埋紅色嘅碎布。
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays, it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know. That doesn't seem right.
We need something that could attach to it.
That's not right. We're looking for a piece of lined paper, ripped from a ring-bound notebook.
I think it might have been found with a couple.
That doesn't.
We need something that could attach to the pin.
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top, with lines drawn on top. That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
I think that, but not this part of the pin.
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top, with lines drawn.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya designed Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
仲有兩格。
They call this room
What would you call it?
The Secret Death Doom. They call this room
What would you call
the
it?
Secret Doom. Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on it?
Not really. It's mostly blank.
我有退嚟，ちょっと待って。
笑死隻蟹依家先開 ，from 魚。係喎，原來頭先有開假喎 face orange biting nails from 魚。
You know, in here though, it barely makes. It's a wooden pin hung up on.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
想講我覺得自己已經調查晒呢間房嘅一切。
Some kind of fish.
That's a bird. Talking about a
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
但都係冇進展。
It's a wooden pin.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
隻蟹打開咗嗰度，你睇咗啦咩 ？From 魚。
女主角可唔可以移開少少？
Who are all the people?
Not sure, but our eyes have all been crossed out.
全部嘢都好詭異。
That photo is important, I'm sure.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Crumpled up.
Is there anything?
Not really.
Watch out.
Thanks.
Watch out. The floor's wet.
Thanks. What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
呢個就係真正嘅武器。
係左邊把十字弓，你試下再入間房望清楚啲隻鞋 face blue smiling from you。
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
Hidden in the study.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
That doesn't seem.
We need something that could.
Let's think about it.
I don't know. Science?
Right. That doesn't seem.
We need something that could.
放喺個弓箭前面嘅嘢。
Let's think about it. What
An arrow?
Let's think about it.
An arrow?
Let's think about it.
An arrow? I think that might attach, but not this part of the crossbow.
Let's think about it.
An arrow?
Let's think about
An
it.
arrow?
開始咗呢個好冇效率嘅亂作。
Let's think about
An
it.
arrow?
Let's think about it.
An arrow?
Let's think about it.
An arrow?
呢兩個都唔係。咁仲有啲咩疑似可能當到空氣嘅嘢？
Let's think about it.
An arrow?
Let's think about it.
An arrow?
Let's think about
An
it.
arrow?
Let's think about it.
An arrow?
Let's think about it.
An arrow?
Let's think about
An
it.
arrow?
Let's think about
An
it.
arrow?
Let's think about
An
it.
arrow?
Let's
An
think.
arrow?
Let's think about
An
it.
arrow?
已經超無聊咁
Let's think
樣。
about it.
An arrow?
from you。
草。
That doesn't.
We need something that could attack.
そういうことね。知らんが。追砌完。
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery. Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
都合理。
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow.
咁通過
Where was
現
it
場
fired from?
咪只可以喺嗰間房。咦？
It was fired from behind Freya.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a
但係
crossbow.
前方佢有
Where was
伏
it fired from?
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's
咁都
add in
錯
the
飛
rest of the crime
purple
scene.
crying
The attic.
from you.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait, the arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless... Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too. She'd already been killed.
You think so?
Maybe not.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too. She was relaxing.
You think so?
Maybe not.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so
結
too.
果都係最尾嗰個答案。
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
Paint fumes.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall
之後又
unconscious.
答錯咗。
Flora.
I'm not sure about that.
唔會
Me neither.
Something in the room
其實
caused Freya to fall
Komiya 有冇
unconscious.
專心睇故事 face
gramophone.
purple
Right.
crying
But the gramophone
From
by
you.
itself can't
可
do
能
that.
冇你睇得咁認真。
It was the music being played.
What?
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
喺留聲機入面嘅嘢。
That's not it. That's not it.
留聲機入面嘅嘢。
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
Wait.
That's not it.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
You got these.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations.
所以段錄音帶入面嘅音樂都係會令佢從佢叫嘅機關。
Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
親手將啲血畫喺呢幅畫上面，佢拎住嘅唔係刀。
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look. Did you leave us a clue?
Oh.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it here in Flora's tower.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
Hello, 消化啦，消化啲消化唔到嘢。
第二頁燒焦的物品 Alice Purple Crying From 雨。
有次係。
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and ended up in the
放大佢
incinerator
一
down
睇
in the
就知
study.
道。
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's inside Flora's egg.
You think so?
Maybe not. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
I see.
That's not it. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting. The blood isn't actually paint because the ink dip feather is the murder weapon. Nope.
全部都錯。
我 face purple white eyes from 雨。
yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
某種黃色嘅東西。
That's not it. That's not it.
不對。
That's not it. That's not it.
仲未知係咩 face purple crying from 雨。
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been? Did it hear the whole
She did, but she's a very good listener.
佢出た。出た。
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
I just諗到醒，點解會咁？照死都冇嘢可以綁住佢。存在嗎？這樣啲東西？
That's not gonna work.
Face blue smiling.
That's
from
not
you.
gonna work. That's not 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 gonna work.
睇嚟我唔適合做一個犯罪天才，或者我唔適合做一個偵探。
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's
卷軸
not
玩
gonna
意
work.
from 雨。
有次係
Lovely.
有次
Now,
係有醒
tell
啊
me,
嗬。
what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She
幫
was
你答
truly
上清坑
free.
from 雨。
係我啊
Everything
你。
I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that. I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
That's not it.
That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe. Maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
She carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
That's not right.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
怕爆佢喺呢個嘅深夜，我到底喺度做緊啲咩？我哋不如離開呢座城堡，永遠唔好返嚟。
What's going on?
Face,
Poppy,
blue,
they are
white,
both awake.
From
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
From 下角努力烤肉中。
其實隻 game 係短，但因為我解謎嗰啲太慢。
今日嘅 Komiya 係清坑大師 Yogothis。
唔係，我覺得呢排都係清坑大師。
拍手拍手拍手 ，From 語。
我覺得如果佢唔係英文，我應該會吸收得稍為好啲，比較享受到呢個遊戲嘅內容，比較感受到佢哋嘅愛恨情仇，而唔會好似咩都鏡唔到咁樣就完咗。 我去瞓覺啦，各位，你哋都要瞓覺，要做個早睡早起嘅好孩子，知唔知道？懂嗎？
辛苦晒，晚安。
拜拜。
放雨。
おやすみなさい。